È necessario.
Grazie. Questo è il micro.
Is the audio okay now? Okay. So I think that if you want to present yourself with few words, it's time, and then organize yourself as you want for the lectures. I hope that, I'm sure actually that it will be a very interesting day. I'm sitting there because I need to learn a lot myself. So go.
Hello, everybody. I'm Chiara Battistelli, and I work in the unit coordinated by Emanuela in ISS. That is the, I wrote because I forgot every time, mechanism, biomarkers, and model unit. And we work with models. We are part of the predictive unit, and we use XAR approaches, in silico approach for research, but also for regulatory assessment. For people online, can you hear us? Can you see our screen? Let's start. Today we'll talk about computational approaches to support chemical hazard identification, and we'll do some application of the XAR Toolbox software with some case studies. This is the content of the presentation. We talk about introduction to in silico methods, focusing on XAR approach such as model, category and grouping, read-across, and TTC approaches. And most of these concepts have already been introduced yesterday by Manuela, but I think it's important to go in a more practical concept, so that the exercise in the afternoon will be easy to do. Then let's talk about introduction to the XAR software, Toolbox software, with the general introduction of the main functionalities and step-by-step with practical use of the tool. And then in the afternoon, we'll do a practical exercise on case study with the software. In the framework of the risk assessment, one of the pillars is the hazard identification. And the information for the hazard identification are mainly obtained by toxicological studies that can be divided in animal testing and alternative methods. That means non-animal models, according to the 3R principle, that are the refinement, reduction, and replacement. Refinement refers to the procedure to minimize animal suffering and to improve animal welfare. Reduction of the number of animals, and the replacement, the total replacement, but this can be considered also regarding the vertebrates. Among alternative methods, alternative method can be divided in experimental models that are on cells, organ, tissue, or enzymes, and non-testing methods that are called also computational or in silico, that have a great advantage in the number of tested chemicals, money, time, and animal welfare. Today we'll talk about non-testing method, and among the non-testing method, we talk about the XAR approaches. XAR approach are all the methodology that are based on the concept that a property, such as toxicity, is a function of chemical structure. These approaches are used to predict properties on the basis of the chemical structure that need to be known. We can divide the XAR approach in a XAR model that can be quantitative structure activity relationship model that are mathematical equation linking the biological activity to the chemical structure. And the chemical structure is defined by a molecular descriptor that can be physicochemical or other molecular properties. Then there are the SAR model that are the qualitative structure activity relationship model, also called structural alert. That means a functional group that is associated with a potential reactivity for the endpoint to study. The chemical grouping or category that are the approach considering more than one chemical at the same time, sharing similar characteristic and physical, chemical, or ecotoxicological properties, or following a trend as a result of the similarity. Also, the similarity is a basic concept because it's not limited to structure similarity, but consider also the factor that can link to the activity, for example, the reactivity for a specific endpoint. Then the read-across technique that is used to fill data gap by predicting endpoint information for one or more chemical that are called target chemical, using the data for the same endpoint from other substances that are source, because source of data, source chemicals, that are considered to be similar to the target. Finally, the TTC approach that is applied to derive a threshold for exposure, below which a toxicological effect on human health is not expected. I'll talk about all these approaches with separate slides, but we need to know that all these models are based on good quality data for the developing of a model, for the validation of the model, because as already Manuela told yesterday, if garbage in, the garbage out. So if the data, the quality of the data are not good enough, the prediction can't be better. Let's start with the models that can be divided in local models that are built on a congeneric set of chemicals that are chemicals with a similar structure with the same mechanism of action. These models are more effective, but with a narrower domain of applicability. So it's strictly related to the set of chemicals used to develop the model. We can have the global model that are the models that are often implemented in software tools and assure a broader applicability to more than one class, chemical class. And we can divide it, the global model, in statistical based, that are the models that are used machine learning technique to associate structural feature to chemical activity. And these models are data-driven, means that there is no expert supervision. While the negative prediction are more accurate. While the rule-based that are also called expert system, there is the recognition and codification of functional group or structural feature that are associated with a potential reactivity. Also, as previously, the structural alert. Structural alerts are rarely defined by an applicability domain. That means that the absence of an alert is not absence of toxicity, but a lack of knowledge. Finally, the hybrid models means that are built to integrate both expert knowledge and statistical derived rules, trying to overcome all the disadvantages of the approaches. Regarding the qualitative models, I'd like to explain some detail on the alert for genotoxicity, because the genotoxicity is an endpoint that we will explain later and will use for the case study. So only to understand which is the main concept of the alert, if you consider the endpoint of genotoxicity carcinogens, you think about DNA reactivity that can be direct or after metabolic activation. The basis of the alerts is the Miller theory, who think that electrophilic species are able to react to nucleophilic sites in DNA. Is an organic reaction, electrophilic with nucleophilic. And Ashby finally compiled a list of alerts that are based on experimental data. The alert, if present in a molecule, give it the potential reactivity. And I report here a list of reaction that can be direct reaction or after metabolic activation. And a graphic representation of this alert was is here reported with any polycarcinogen, which is an imaginary molecule which include all these alerts. And the important things to remember is that each alert codes for a chemical class that is a specific mechanism of action. So if you only as an example, if you focus on one direct mechanism and one mechanism after the metabolic activation, I'd like to show what these two mechanisms, that is epoxide, that is a direct alkylating agent, which can react with the nucleophilic sites of DNA to form this adduct. While as an example of alkylant after metabolic activation, I report here the monohalogen alkene that is need the cytochrome P 450 before to form the reactivity, the reactive epoxide that can be also the responsible to the link with the DNA. If you like to read to some details on the mechanism of the chemical carcinogen, I report here a review for all the alerts that have been developed in our group. Then I talk about models, quantitative and qualitative. Then I'm going to talk about grouping and read across. Here, an example of read across for properties of activity that is the same concept for substances that have similar properties may be considered as a group or a category. And reporting here the source chemical in green, target substance that is the missing data point in red. So if we have no data for a source, for a more chemical, they can be read across to fill the data gap for the substance with no data. So as we need to know that structural similarity is a prerequisite, but for any grouping or read across approach, but is not enough similarity, and then we'll see after. And that similarity may be due to different aspects, different factors, such as common functional group, common precursor or common breakdown products, and constant pattern in changing all the potency of the properties across the group. The same concept, I'd like to show this different way to explain the same concept. So we can see the category approach that is with his category boundary, and the way the category versus analog approach. So if the analog approach, the assessment of one specific chemical using the prediction of experimental data from one or more, but is typically one. While the category approach is chemicals sharing similar characteristics that are grouped together. So the assessment concerns the category as a whole, because the data gaps may exist for different category members and different endpoints. So that's the difference between category and analog. And also, I'd like to report here the trend analysis, that is a method to predict toxicity by analyzing the toxicity trend. Can be the increasing, decreasing, or constant. And again, the source chemical and in orange, and target violet. So finally, the TTC concept, that is a pragmatic approach used in absence of chemical specific data. And here a lot of concepts that Manuela already detailed, but the important thing that TTC is not strictly a XAR approach, but a non-testing method that use structure activity relationship to derive the class, the Kramer class. An aspect that is important to know is the applicability domain for the TTC that is applicable to organic compounds with no chemical structure, but is not applicable or recommended to high potency carcinogens, bioaccumulating, inorganics, metals, and polymers, and so on. The procedure, the first step is to assess the genotoxicity by evaluating all the available data and or applying XAR approaches. I report here a sort of a weight of evidence approach, means that there is integration of different sources of data, experimental, estimated, with but always with an expert supervision. Then for potential DNA reactive mutagens, the TTC value is 0.0025 microgram kilogram per day. And but if no concern for genotoxic is assigned to the substance, the Kramer classification scheme is applied. So the Kramer class is the decision tree used to categorize the non-genotoxic chemicals, and consists of yes or no question that are applied with different extension on modification respect to original scheme of Kramer. The answer to each question leads to a final Kramer classification for class in one of three classes with low, intermediate, and high toxicity. Class 2 and 3 are treated together. And once the Kramer class is determined, corresponding TTC threshold is chosen. If the chemical is below the TTC threshold, the toxic effect is not expected. The problem in some cases can be the assignment of the Kramer classes. We often use tool like XAR Toolbox, but is often a crucial step because the interpretation of each rule can vary, also from two to so in many cases, expert supervision is needed. So only to have an idea of which is the use of XAR approach in different regulatory framework, I report here this area for starting from the pharmaceuticals in which the assessment and control of DNA reactive impurities is used. And here can be used an expert statistical base and rule based. Regarding EFSA, I report here the use of the XAR for metabolites and for the degradation products, because often for these metabolites there are no data, and so in these cases the use of the XAR approach, like also read across and grouping, can be used. Finally, the cosmetic ingredients, there is the ban of the use of the animal for cosmetics, and also for regarding the Scientific Committee on Consumer Safety report the possibility to use XAR approach for cosmetic, in particular XAR, qualitative and quantitative, TTC, grouping, and read across. Finally, but it is the first regulation who introduced the use of XAR approach is the REACH. That is the regulation for registration, evaluation, and authorization of chemicals. For REACH, in silico models can be used for risk assessment, classification, and prioritization. And here, only to focus some characteristic of the REACH regulation, I report here that industry are responsible for the safe use of chemicals that produce or import, and the hazard identification of substances is the starting point. And all the information are needed to be reported in the registration dossier in Euclid format. Here, the higher the tonnage, the more information is required. And the REACH requires vertebrates testing as last resort and provide and promote data sharing and the use of alternative methods such as XAR, read across, and chemical categories. So, in order to increase the use of in silico approach, improving the regulatory acceptance, ECHA and OECD have founded the XAR Toolbox software. The Toolbox is a free software application that supports ecotoxicologists in performing reproducible and transparent, that are the keywords: chemical hazard assessment using non-animal methods. The co-owner are ECHA and OECD, but it was developed by LMC, that is Laboratory of Mathematical Chemistry of Burgas in Bulgaria. And we are now at version 4.6. This is the website. And there is a lot of resources such as tutorial, manual, webinar, help desk with online support, and forum of public discussion, and also ontology. The management and the contribution, ECHA and OECD are the co-owner and the co-developer, but the developer is LMC that develop the software under the OECD and ECA umbrella. Allora, LMC, ECA and the OECD form the coordination group that together with the experts from industry, authorities and non-government organizations form the management group, which is the group in which discussion and improvement and the testing of the software are afforded. Moreover, there are third parties that contribute with data, profilers, and experience, and it is excellent collaboration between such different entities, such as academia, regulatory area, and industrial one. Here I report only some of the supporters and donors of this data, profiler, and experience, and we, as ISS, we donate some data, database, some profilers to the tool. Toolbox help to reduce animal testing because prevent duplication of animal tests, because in Toolbox there are data, and when high quality data are found, there is no need to duplicate the test. Then intelligent testing strategies, because by forming categories, identifying data gaps, informed testing strategies can be designed to optimize cost and number of animal required. Predict toxicity using a category approach. The Toolbox results can be used for data gap filling and as a supporting evidence for read-across cases. And finally, it is sustainable development and green chemistry. The toxicity of substance can be predicted even before they are produced, facilitating sustainable products development and the green chemistry. Here, an important slide is regarding the what is the user expertise. The technical skills decreased in the recent version because of the use of simplified user interface and automatic workflow. But the main expertise that a user need to have is the expertise in toxicology, risk assessment procedure, and in the endpoints to predict. For example, to evaluate the data quality assessment. And then the expertise in organic and computational chemistry to justify and interpret the similarity between analogs and to evaluate the XR prediction. But I remember another, the support section that is here. And here I report the link. Again, the link of the XR Toolbox and the possibility to analyze manual of using the software and tutorial for the different point and different functionality that the tool have. That's the page for the download, but I think most of you have already downloaded, or some of you have already downloaded the tool. And the tool we are now at version 4.6. And for the registration is needed, registration is needed for the installation of the software, but remember it is free. And after installing the software, an interface will be open.
As now, Chiara will proceed by illustrating some features, basic feature of the software. So if you succeed in the installation, perhaps you can open the software so it can be easier to follow the instruction. And also, if you have question of troubles, you get acquainted with the software. So also this, the practical afternoon session will be easier. Also, people online, if you have installed the software, it can be nice to follow the steps also with your installation, with the software on your personal PC. So, yes, please. First, you have to open the server, and when the server is on and going, you can open not the web suite, but the QSAR Toolbox application, the desktop one, yeah. So this is really, we thought about an interactive session. So please feel free to interrupt us if you have problems. So when you're ready, please raise your hand. When the toolbox is ready.
Now, I can explain this. So if you click on the software, there is the possibility to choose a simplified user interface that is easy to use, but include only simple functionalities. But today we will work with the classical user interface. So you can open the classical user interface, that is the main interface, include all the functionality, but needs some training. That's the reason. And there is these two interfaces only runs on Windows, but there is a last interface that is the web client that runs with all the operating system. So if you open the file, you open the file, you will find the modules that are on the principal workflow, that are the principal module that and while the functionality in the second row refer to the selection of the first row. So I select data in this screen. So the functionality that I see in the second row refer to the data module. So in the screen, yeah. No, it's only to see that I report here also the data matrix, because in the later we will see the matrix. But in this phase, you only have to know that there are two rows, and the first is the principal modules, the second refer to the selection of the first, and then the data matrix is what we'll see after.
Now Chiara will show some slides, then I will switch on the software here, so we can do together these steps to see. But feel free to play around with the software. You can always go back and forward. Also, in this case, if you selected, for example, the simplified user interface, you can go to the classical one by clicking on the icon.
Yes.
So, but now Chiara will show some functionalities. Then we also will go to the software, and if you want, we can do it together.
There is the possibility every time to shift the interface, passing from the simplified to the classic interface with the button on the top. Top right. Then that's the simplified user interface that you can obtain clicking on the top, the right. And with this interface, the user can only collect data, applying profiling, and find analogs. So for that reason, we prefer to use classical in this lesson. These are the key functionality of the toolbot that toolbot consists of logical and sequential workflow, but with the following modules. The first is the input that is the starting point and provides different way to specify the identity of the target substance or the property under consideration. The second module is the profiling that contains the knowledge coded in profiler schemes called profilers. The profilers identify the affiliation of the target chemical to categories that can be functional or also alerts, and include observed and simulated metabolism and transformation. An important thing that the data of the toolbox are included only in data module, that is the third module, that include all the data, all the databases of the toolbox. Data contain information for the chemicals structure, that is cast number, name, smiles, and also experimental data and supporting information that we call metadata. The fourth module is the category definition that used to group chemical into category, toxicological category, according to structural or mechanistic similarity. And this category definition is used in read across or trend analysis, but the data gap filling is the fifth module, that is the module for fill data gap using data from the analogs. This can be afforded by a trend analysis, read across, or existing data models. Finally, the report, that is the module to produce a report for prediction. And that's the report is the main modules that assure transparency and reproducibility of the prediction. The one thing that is important to remember is that the modules do not necessarily have to be used sequentially. So we can use only the toolbox because we need to find some data. And so we can use the input and the data module. While if you want to have a characterization of the molecule, for example, we want to search some alerts or some mechanistic information, we use only the profiling module. So the classical modules are represented as a workflow, but the user need to know that can be used wherever you want. Only to remember some keywords, but I can, I think, already be described. The target chemical, that is the chemical of interest. The module is the section dedicated to the specific action, and there are 6. And then there is the workbook. workflow, that is the use of the module in combination. The classical workflow is from input to the report. The profiler is the basically is the set of rules for the identification of the feature of the chemicals that can be structural. For example, there is the organic and functional groups, or general mechanistic means, for example, a general mechanistic of a protein binding, or endpoint specific. For example, if you are interested in vitro mutagenicity, we can use the endpoint specific profiler. The category is the group of substances sharing the same characteristic. In a typical workflow, it consists of the target chemical and the analogs. The endpoint tree is the branched tree scheme from a broader level that is physical, chemical properties, environmental fate and transport, ecotoxicology, and human health, but it can be expanded to a more detail. For example, the test, the specific test. And then the data matrix, that is the table reporting the chemical and the data. Each chemical in a different column, each data in a different row. And that's all these parameters we can see in this screen where I put the target chemical, that is the one. Again, module and workflow, the top. The profilers, and up the profilers, we have a document tree that is the story of the author that open document, but can go back. The category is all the analogs that have been obtained in the data matrix. And that's the 7 is the endpoint tree that can be expanded to the detail that we need. And that's the data matrix that include the target chemical category and all the data, the profile that we obtain. So we can start with the input. The input is the first module. The user are able to open a new or already saved document with the option new, open, close in the button. Then the user can load a single chemical. So his is a single chemical that can be loaded as through the CAS number, the name, or a structure. So the structure can be or drawing with the editor, or can be reported as smile notation. The smile notation is a string who represents the molecule, and then we can see how to report the string in the module. And the user can load a list of chemicals. Here we can load a database, an inventory, or a list that is made by the user. And finally, the user can search some chemical from the properties of the chemical with the criteria combining logical operator and or not, or by searching also within the Euclid database imported in Toolbox. We can see practically as do an input. If you, for example, I report here the input from the CAS number. If you click input in the database, for example, I report here the target chemical as an example, the 4-nitrobenzoyl chloride with this CAS number. And clicking the input, then the CAS, and now the user can write the CAS number here in the windows, enter the class, click the search button, and then finally press OK. So the structure will be open here in the windows. Did you find the molecule? Okay. Then that's the easy way to, if you know the CAS, to enter the molecule. But there is another way that can be information that the toolbox report here is the CAS-my relation. The CAS-my relation is a string that is linked with the reliability of the target identity. So in this case, we have an I label assigned because this is the criteria that the toolbox used to assign the CAS-my relation. That can be high, moderate, or low, depending on the reliability of the database used to find the molecule. So if you want to, in this kind, I select the high quality. If the user can enter the molecule also without their identifier, selecting CAS number, name, drawing the 2D structure with the 2D editor here, or pasting or drawing the smile or the inchi. And as an example, we can shift to the tool here. For example, this is the toolbox now live. So what Chiara already showed in the slide, we can reproduce it here. So for example, we can, if you see the toolbox, when you start, it opens a new document by default. This is document 1, you can see in the left here. And if you already did something in this document, perhaps you can open another document here now. In my case, it's no worth because it's empty, but if you want to open another document, you can click on new and give the name that you like on this in this new document. And then, or you can open a document that you already saved. So perhaps if you are doing an analysis with the toolbox and then you must stop for any reason, you can save the document and then go back to your document in another day or when you want. In this case, so we can, as Chiara told, we can open a database, for example. So here you can choose one of the databases that are inside, that come with the installation of the toolbox. These are databases of different endpoint, toxicological endpoint. Or you can also open an inventory. An inventory is a database without toxicological data. Here are only lists of chemicals that are together for some reason. For example, HAPVC are high production volume chemicals. So there are no toxicological data. Or you can also, if you have the CAS number of the substance, you can write it here. For example, I always use this because it's very simple, and it's the formaldehyde. And if you
search for the formaldehyde with the Cas, he will find only one molecule, so it's easy, but sometimes the toolbox finds more than one instance of the same molecule. And in this case, it's useful what Chiara told you about the Cas-Smiles relationship, because the toolbox reason with the chemical structures, with the smiles. So the important thing is that chemical structure, all is related to the chemical structure. So it's important, it's very important that the chemical structure you have as your target chemical is the right one. Whereas the Cas number sometimes is not unique. And so, for example, you can have Cas number of the same molecule. Sometimes you have counter ions of some chemicals within your structure. So it's important that what you visualize as the target substance is the real substance you're looking for, because all the conclusion that Toolbox does, they are done on the structure, not on the Cas. So sometimes the same structure is found for different chemicals with different Cas because they are not unique. So in this case, he found only one structure. So we can go and select the only one he found. But as Chiara told you, you can also draw your molecule. So this is a simple chemical tool for chemical drawings. You can take, for example, carbon and click, and then you can click and make a bond. Then you can click again, make another bond, for example. Then you can pick up another atom like oxygen. You can click here, and so this is the smiles that appears on top. So if you have the smiles, you can, or the inch, you can copy paste here. But if you don't have, you can draw the structure and you will have also the smiles. This can be useful sometimes. And in this case, no, in this case, the chemical editors does not contain generally hydrogens. You don't have to draw hydrogens unless they are chiral. A molecule is chiral and you have a particular position for hydrogen. Otherwise, this is the way to draw and to depict the formaldehyde in this case. So I can say, okay, if I find the button, I don't know where it's okay, here. And okay, now you see, for example, that with the structure, he found two chemicals, whereas with only with the Cas, he found only one chemical. We have two chemicals with the same structure and different Cas. And in this case, the second molecule has a Cas-Smiles relation low, so it's better to focus on the first one. But this is important for the data, because this means that inside the toolbox, there are databases that refers to acetaldehyde with another Cas number. So we can find some data. Oh, yes, please. You draw the structure, then press OK. Yeah. And then the toolbox shows that he found yes, four molecules that have the same structure. Regarding the application of QSAR profiler, these structures will have the same results because the profilers reason by structure. But when you will go to gather the experimental data associated with this chemical, you will find different data depending of the chemical that you selected, because they are stored in the database with different CAS number. Unfortunately, this is something that it cannot be resolved, because you must pay attention to it, because this depends from the original data that you can find in the databases. So this problem you can find in the toolbox, but you can find also when you search for literature data. So this is something to pay attention to. So if we select only the first one for simplicity in this case, and then we click OK. Now the substance will appear in the data matrix portion of the toolbox. This is the data matrix. You can see that we have associated to this substance only the structural basic characteristic, the CAS information, the CAS miles, and the molecular formula, and so on. But we don't, the SMILES, we don't have data, because to obtain data for this substance, we have to go further in the workflow. If you double click to the on the substances, you can see the structure that is enlarged, and then you can also play a little bit with the visualization. You can copy the SMILES. You can save the picture, copy the picture, show the hydrogens. For example, these are all characteristics that are for visualization purposes. Okay. Last things, perhaps, if what Chiara told you, that you can shift from one interface to the other by clicking this button. So I click this button, and the simplified user interface is visualized. Then I can go back, and also with the document, I can also go to the previous document by clicking on the name of the document. In this case, is empty, but you can also do in parallel different analysis, and have the possibility to switch from one to another. So we can go. Have you any question, or we can go back to the presentation?
An example step by step, as you showed before, but another one, please.
No, no. Other molecule, for example, the one that Chiara showed before, which is no, it's difficult. This one. Have you got in mind some molecules that you want to DDT? So so for DDT we can go for try to search with the name because but you know that the name are different because there are okay, so no, only to say that he can understand also common names, but you must be sure that the common name is the right one. So you find with you found with this, okay. So, but this is not the right one. Yeah. So you can see that he found also molecules that are related with the DDT and somehow also that have DDT in their name, but they're not DDT. So you can see here that there are different substances. The first one has a low Cas-Smiles relationship. So we perhaps must go for the second one that has an high Cas-Smiles relationship. I don't know the Cas number of DDT. I don't know if you, okay. So we can also select the okay, so great. And it was the third one for, I don't know. Okay, so as Simona suggested, we asked him to do the exact match and he found the right one, hopefully, but it's better always to check. So in this case, if you, like, for example, if you want to generate the smiles from this structure, you can right click on the picture and you can copy the smiles if you need the smiles for some other purposes. And in this case, as before, you only see some identifiers of the molecule. You won't see any property. So you left click on the structure, double click on the structure, then you right click on the figure, on the picture, and you will visualize the visualization options. Here, okay. Yeah, you can also, always by here you can copy the picture or save the picture. No, not the picture. The structure.
smile.
This is the two-dimension visualization of the molecule. So it's not a picture. It's the
This is the end.
you can't import this
Oh, yeah, that's true.
software. This tool doesn't understand pictures. He is not capable to
Okay.
recognize the picture. He's capable to recognize the smiles.
Okay.
Because the smiles is the codification of the bonds. If you go into the details of the of this picture, you will see that is a ASCII file, a text file with 2-dimensional coordinates
I
in the
understand.
space. It gives you the coordinates of the bonds and the type of the bonds and the type of the atoms. So this is a programming, let's say a programming language to codify the chemical structure in
Yes.
2 dimensions. So he has the information, for example, of the 3 dimension of the smiles don't have the information on the spatial coordinates.
Thank you.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So you have always to translate.
Yeah, I have to
the
draw it
picture.
myself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because looking for the molecule in this way, then you don't have anything in the parameters, physical, chemicals. So you have to go through all the other databases, or if you look at the
Yeah, you don't
endpoint
have
tree,
any
you don't
data
have
because
anything.
these are data that you have to gather from the data modules where that is for in the workflow. You can go directly to the data modules here and search for select data and search for data. But
Okay.
Chiara will explain in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's the last the last button of the input, that is the define endpoint. That is very important because we can, in the phase of input, decide which is our endpoint of interest. Also, if we select in this phase, in this step, the endpoint, we have the most relevant profiler and database that will be highlighted with color. So it will be easier to go in the next module. So if you select the input in this phase, you need to click the define button. And then after this, a pop-up windows will appear. And so I decided to select the genetic toxicity here. You can do in the software if you find the button, and then define button, then genetic toxicity, and then next. After the next button, the pop-up window will appear with the detail metadata that we can insert in this phase. So if we select genetic toxicity, we can select other type of data that we are interested in the visualization. So we can select genetic toxicity in vitro, for example. Then select the type of method here in Windows, and then select the metadata that we are interested in. For example, you can select the organ, the strain. If I selected the Ames test, and then the click on finish. And after the clicking on finish of this procedure, the decision tree is expanded to the detail that we are interested in, and the yellow row will appear. Did you try to do this? Yeah. If the last button in the last button in the input function is the define endpoint. Did you find it? Yeah.
This you can.
It's not important which. If you want to select the DDT that we enter, you can select it. So we always we all do the same exercise, but it's not, to see the button is not important what which is your input.
So you click define target, then you click human health hazards, for example, then genetic toxicity. So, for example, you can also stop here and say, okay, I want to select the generic endpoints. So if you do like this, then you will tell the software that you're interested in general, in vitro, in vivo, all the genetic toxicity endpoint. But for example, we can focus on in vitro method. So we select in vitro. And the test type, Chiara wants to focus on the Ames test, that is the bacterial reverse mutation assay, here, the third row. And so click Ames test. Then we select again the endpoint. The endpoint is gene mutation. This should be by default because this is the endpoint of Ames test, but it's not. So we don't know why. Because, no, we know why. Because sometimes the problem with the toolbox is that, as Chiara told you, many providers have donated the databases and the data. So the problem with this data is that they are not harmonized concerning the terminology and the vocabulary. So in the toolbox, there is a great effort on harmonizing the ontologies. But anyhow, the toolbox has to deal with different names that the various donors gave to the same assay. So in this case, we select gene mutation, and then the test organ is Salmonella typhimurium. That is this one. But you can see there is many way of selecting the same things. And for example, here we want to select if we want the test with or without metabolic activation, we can say okay, and we stop here at this detail, but we can go on and search also, focus also on data only without or only with metabolic activation. And we also can select a strain. We can decide that we want to focus on a Salmonella typhimurium particular strain, but it's not the case now. But okay, so if we click OK, then it will appear the legend, and the toolbox will tell us that in green we will find the database that contain experimental data for this endpoint. And also for the profiling schemes, the toolbox will highlight the profilers that are available for this endpoint, suitable for this endpoint, and also profilers that are not the same endpoint, but can be useful for this endpoint. And then in the data matrix, we will have that in yellow, the toolbox will highlight in yellow the target endpoint, and in dark yellow, some endpoints that can support the principal one if it's the case. So in this case, we will have that the row corresponding to this test is highlighted in yellow. So in this case, we have only one molecule and seems not useful, but when we collect a lot of molecule, it is useful to have always a remark of what is which are the data that we are interested in.
Exactly. When we make, if I understand correctly, if I make after we make the selection on the different kind of data set that we want to check, the color that appear, it shows if data exists or not in the data set. Okay, so if it is green and data exists, purple is more or less some data exists, and if yellow, no data exists. No?
You're selecting not the data, you're selecting the endpoint. So if you find a point in the tree, it means that you have some data on it, because otherwise the toolbox won't. For example, if you are searching for cardiotoxicity, I don't think that a toolbox has any data about cardiotoxicity. You won't be able to select this target endpoint, for example. But then if you, this is the point that you want to focus on, but you still don't know if you have data, how many data on the chemicals, on the chemical target, or on analogs that you are going to select afterwards. So you still are in a phase when you are expressing an intention. But you can also do this selection afterwards, or you can also change your mind. This is not something that is only a visualization help, because when then you will go on the profiling section and on the data section, that is something that Chiara will explain in a second, you will see that in green you have the suitable databases. Database suitable means that databases that have information, sorry, profiler. I'm on the profiling section. So profiler that are going to predict the endpoint, the target endpoint that you're interested in. The orange one are profiler that are not predicting the same endpoint, but that could be of support for this endpoint. But for example, back and I open another document, take another substance, like the acetaldehyde, that is the simplest, one of the simplest. Okay. Button. Okay, so. Ah, bene. Perché quasi. Sorry, I stopped sharing because here in this little screen there is all. Okay, it's a. So in this case, I didn't select any target endpoint. Then if I go to the profiling session, I won't see any color here. So you see, we have the same profilers, but the toolbox do not suggest me any of them. But it's the same, because if I go back to, in any case, I can choose the profiler I want, either if the toolbox is suggesting me or not. So also in the previous case, when the toolbox is suggesting me to use the green one, no, it wasn't this, it was this one. So I can, in any case, I can select a profiler that toolbox is not suggesting me. So it's only a visualization, is a matter of an indication. Yeah, an indication, something that can be useful if you are an unexpert user.
Actually, I had the same question as Jack. Thank you for clarification, but I think I'm now even more confused. Can you please try one more time?
Okay, so I will take, do you prefer some chemical? I mean, the chemical now that is shown, that is my target chemical, it doesn't matter for the target endpoint choice, because I'm interested in studying DDT, for example, but I can be interested in selecting Ames mutagenicity endpoint or carcinogenicity endpoint or other endpoints that are available in the toolbox. So when I choose the target endpoint, this is a choice that will help me in using the toolbox in the other modules. Because if the toolbox already knows that I want to search for data and predictions on a specific endpoint, the toolbox, will suggest me which profilers and which database are relevant for the endpoint I'm interested in. But it's only a matter of suggestion. So if I choose the endpoint, like in this case, the in vitro gene mutation endpoint, he will suggest me some profiler, for example, but no one can hamper to use, for example, acute toxicity classification. I will click on acute toxicity classification. Also, if it's not highlighted as a relevant endpoint for my target endpoint, then I will apply this profiling. Sorry, 1 second, because another option is okay. So biodegradation, for example, is not highlighted, but I want to apply this. I can apply, and the toolbox will calculate this endpoint. I didn't unselect all the others, so okay.
It is possible that you select other databases, but if you are looking for genotoxicity, which is the sense to go for the bioavailability or for the bioaccumulation, you will not find the right data to understand if it is genotoxic if you go for the aquatic toxicity database. It makes no sense. But there are others, for example, protein binding, that can give you some information about the possibility that that chemical is fully bound to the protein, and therefore it cannot reach the target for being mutagenic. So it gives you the opportunity to go for those databases which are not suggested, but you should be very trained to know that in the other database, there is something that can be useful for you. If you are looking for genotoxicity, the aquatic toxicity in fish is not that important for you. So which is the meaning to do it, unless you know that there is something interesting? It is just a suggestion, and there is no meeting in the color. It is not green is green light and orange is not good for you. It is just a different way to highlight the different areas. But I want to ask you something different. You select a very specific endpoint, which is one of the possible tests to check for the genotoxicity of one of these compounds. So as a strategy of search, I'm asking you as a new user, is it better to get a broader picture at the beginning and then going in depth in understanding which is the possible mechanism, for example, looking for differences in gene mutation versus aneuploidy, I cannot say it, with respect to chromosomal aberration, for example, or not. This is it's a naive question because I wonder if I want to say, to see if a substance is genotoxic, I would be broader at the beginning and then going narrowing.
Yeah, this is a central point. Is about the purpose of using of the user using the toolbox. That is what also Chiara touched upon before. If because the toolbox can have different levels of usage, you can choose, for example, to search for data on a molecule because you have a new molecule, you don't know if it's toxic or not. You suppose, for example, that it's genotoxic, but you don't know the mechanism. And so you are searching for data. So in this case, it's not worth to select a specific endpoint because you are, you don't know the toxicity. You are searching some evidence to understand better what is the possible toxicity of your chemical. And so it's true, it's not worth to go too much in the detail because if the toolbox will suggest you some specific databases, your risk is to lose some information. This is the selection when you want to search for information, toxicological information. But on the other hand, if you want to apply to make a prediction with the toolbox, then you must be very focused because the profilers are, like also Chiara showed, the models are built on data. So if the models are built on, for example, Ames data, you have to predict this endpoint. You cannot predict, apply Ames data profiler for predicting aneuploidy, for example, unless the database is built differently because they decide to, and this is the case of one of the profiler, to put together more than one mechanism of action, for example. So it depends, it really depends of the purpose, but it's true that this purpose must be clear from the beginning because otherwise you can lose in a situation you will lose information. The other situation you will over predict something. And only there was something on the question before, but I can't remember. Okay. Yes, only one thing about the selection. The point is that if you look at the data module, you will see that the name of the databases are sometimes not so explicative. So if you want to see what is inside the database, you have to right-click and press About, and you will see, for example, here, the toolbox will explain what kind of data are inside the database. But if you are a new user, you don't want to go through all the databases clicking About in order to search of the databases containing the data that you are interested in. So this is the usefulness of the target definition, because in this case, you have not to go one by one database by one, by seeing which are the databases containing the data of your target endpoint, you go straight to the databases that a toolbox is telling you that contains those data. It's coffee time.
Because we finished the input module, so starting with the next one.
So also for online people will be back in 15 minutes.
So at the input stage, if we have a completely new molecule, we have the structure, we have the smiles, but this molecule is in no database. Can we still input it and, okay. But of course, the toolbox will not find this molecule in any database. There is no cast, there is no.
But it's possible to apply the profiling schemes that we are, there's the next
Okay.
module that depends only on the structure. So if you have structure, you can
Yes.
do a characterization of the molecule based on structural or endpoint specifics. So for example, some functionality, some alerts, depends
So
on.
we will get predictions for this new structure.
The prediction is another thing. The profiling means that you characterize the molecule according to the structure and to the reactivity for some endpoint. Then if you find some analog, you go in the workflow, you go the next module, you can predict something, but it depends on the data on the similar compounds that you found. So,
Because strictly speaking, the profilers give you a way to categorize the chemicals. In the toolbox, the profiler are not used to. I mean, the prediction from the profilers are must not be taken in absolute. They must they serve for the category and analog search. You, in principle, you don't have to use them as a prediction and an absolute prediction. For example, so Chiara will
I can
tell
go with
in-
the profile module, so something can be clear here. So the second module is the profiling. That means that the profiling. That means that can be basically can be divided in structural profilers that support the identification of structural similar substances, and mechanistic profilers that provide an understanding of the mode of action, which is key to predict the activity of substance or to form the category. The results of the profiler in the toolbox include description of references to scientific paper to explain the outcome. As already Cecilia shown for the database, is the same concept. If you go to with the right button, you can have the detail of what is reported, what is the mechanistic background on which the profiling have been built. So, as I already shown, the profile can be divided in predefined, means that include categorization schemes, general mechanistic, which consists of rules of general chemical characteristic, but general mechanism, like DNA binding, estrogen receptor. Otherwise, you can choose endpoint specific, consists of a specific endpoint based on published or expert knowledge, such as in vitro mutagenicity. The empiric is the functional typical organic functional group or groups of elements. And then you can choose also toxicological, which include only one profiler, the repeated dose S, or the scheme based on the user knowledge. For example, prioritization. So this here, I reported all these categories in which the profile can be divided. And if you, in order to select the profiler, you need to go to the module profiling, click the profiling, and select the name of the profiler that you want to choose. You can choose select the about function here that give you the possibility to know the information of the profiler with the description and the donator and all the characteristics of the profiler that you need to apply. And but before, if you open the about button, you have to close it before to go in the next option. The relevance here, I reported the color as already. If you define the endpoint in the input module, you have the color that can help to select the right profiler. And here the relevance is green for the more relevant and orange for the plausible. But there are also the not highlighted if with no relation with the endpoint. How to select the profiler? This is the same concept. You can choose the most appropriate one from a mechanistic or structural profiler, or you can choose the relevant because also with the help of the colors. But the user can choose from the blue list with unguided. In the matrix, the results of the applying the profilers is reported. And the red one is highlighted the presence of the alert for the target chemical. Click the profile, select the name that you need. Also, some profilers that you need. Also, all what the toolbox suggests, and then apply. Click the button apply, and then in the matrix, the results are highlighted here in red if the alert is present. Paro? On the left of the second row. Okay. So the information important is present in this module is the metabolism and transformation, because Toolbox can take care of metabolism in two different ways. With 5 databases with observed metabolism that are experimental data, or with some simulator, 11 metabolism simulator of biotic and abiotic transformation. A screening to all the metabolites for the potential hazard can be obtained applying the profiler and searching through the Toolbox database. So if we apply the profiler also to the metabolites, the data matrix show also the presence of the profiler in the metabolites. The next module is the data. That is not be confused with the profiler, because here are reported all the data of the Toolbox. If the data include databases in the last version 62 and chemicals and over 3 million of data points. Experimental data from analogs can be used for the read across and prediction, but also Cecilia tell you that inventories that are here in the data module can be applied, but inventories contain only the chemical information with no experimental data. The important thing is that the data curation and the data quality cannot be guaranteed by the toolbox. So, because it is responsibility of the donors of the database. So the user need to understand what is the quality of the data that are present that he want to use. So is this important point because the expertise of the user is needed in this module. Database also here can be selected for search analog, for data gap filling, or also for search data for one or more substances. So the data can be gathered from the selected database on the chemical from this button, and from import custom database or inventory. And here in the bottom, the database are in red, while the inventory in green. So the user can select the database that he want to select because he know that there are data in it. And an important thing is that the data are shown here in the matrix. Regarding the information of the data, the user can click on the data to select the information of the data that are the metadata. So if we click on data to check metadata, the information of the data is reported here. So if you want to know why the bacterial reverse mutation assay is equivocal, the user can select it and to study which is the detailed information reported. But you also can be interested in open the website from the metadata that in this case is the rich dossier that will open here. So all the information is reported and the user can selectively choose which is the data more appropriate for the use. The next module is the category definition that the data
we can show an example. So, for example, here we have to select the data. We have we should have one substance, the target substance, or more, but at least one substance. Then we go to the module data, and we can select for example, one of these database, because we can select also all databases or the suggested one. For sure, as there are a lot of data points in the toolbox, the speed will decrease if you are going to do some resource-intensive operations. So in this case, as we have only a laptop, let's only select one database for simplicity, but in principle, you can select what you want. You have only to wait a little bit more. So we selected bacteria mutagenicity, for example, and then we click on gather data, and the system will search for data of our target substance in this database. We can choose all endpoints or to leave the default option that is all endpoints, that it's okay in this case, because the database I have selected, it contains only Ames data. But in some case, when the database is very big, it's suggested to choose the endpoint that we are interested in. For example, if I choose here carcinogenicity, I won't have no data because the database is about Ames mutagenicity. But I can choose one endpoint, but in this case, as I told you, it's not worth to do it. I leave the default option, and we will see that only results of this endpoint will appear because the database is specific for this endpoint. When a little dot appear here, it means that there are more rows to be displayed, that we can do like this, like in an Excel spreadsheet. We can drag and drop the row, and more results will appear if available. So in this case, a lot of results. If we double click now on the results, we will the toolbox will display the metadata, so the detailed information on this data. So the data itself is that the substance is negative. M stands for measurement, so experimentally is negative in the Ames test. And a lot of experiments, 10 experiments are available for one substance. This is 1 to 10, this is the meaning, 10 experiments. If we want to check the information, the detailed information about each of these results, we can go by double clicking on the results, and these windows will pop up. And we can see that, for example, this first result is, we have some original value, some description of the data as they appear in the original database. We have that this database is the one that ISS donated to the toolbox, the encoding gene mutation with and without S9 and so on. And we can see the year of the publication and so on. If, like in the case that Chiara showed, there is an ECA database or some other databases that are online, then you will have also the link to go outside to the toolbox at the website of the, in that case, of the ECA chemical database, where the original data can be found. Okay, other questions?
That's the next module is the category definition. So the module for this functionality is the definition of a target. Module for category definition of a target molecules can be assigned according to structural similarity or mechanistic similarity. Also without using also other predefined categories. And so substances are grouped through a selected profiler that we decided in the module profiler. But the substance and data are searched through the selected module data. So the difference is that here in the module profiler, we decide which is the relevant profiler, while in module data, we search the data. So the category definition can be applied by defining a category based on define only the profiler, or defining the profiler with the metabolism. Then we can subcategorize the category. That we'll do in the afternoon during the exercise, or we can combine more chemical into one list. And when apply the category elements, we can check the consistency of our category respect to the defined endpoint. Category analog and category data from analog can be used to predict the properties of the target substance using read-across or trend analysis. And the toolbox can take into account both structural and mechanistic aspects. The workflow, ECHA recommended a workflow that can be usually used to do a categorization scheme that first, there is a categorization based on structural base. It is not specific endpoint, while then the second way to subcategorization with an endpoint specific profilers. Then first with a non-specific, that is a broader way to categorize, that is structural base, then with a specific endpoint. Finally, a subcategorization with an expert judgment. In detail, this scheme I will show later. With this is a workflow that ECHA recommended for the categorization, which include first a broad grouping. So this is here reported the organic functional group or structural similarity. That is a broad way to categorize the chemical. Then each phase can be repeated in order to obtain a category that is fit for our purpose. The second phase, subcategorization based on mechanistic. So, for example, genotoxicity, we want to predict this endpoint, or Cramer rules, if we're interested in this endpoint, or DNA binding mechanism. So, finally, it's important to subcategorize the group, applying also the expert judgment that can help to obtain a good group. According to the category definition, the relevance of the profiler is shown also here with the color, because it's based on the color of the profiling, but the user can decide whatever he wants. Metabolism profile can be applied to take into account in the category definition, and analog can be searched according to this criteria. Parents and metabolites with the same profiler. Parents and metabolites with a defined profiler. Common metabolites, and metabolites similar to a specific compound. So analog, the user can use what you need to demonstrate. But I think the best thing for this is to see later during the exercise. The module of the data gap filling is the module to predict the properties. The properties can be predicted by using the read-across technique. You can use some of the experimental data for some of the closest analog identified with the toolbox. So that's the graph. You can choose the analog that are near the target chemical. You can use the trend analysis, means that use all the data to derive an equation used to derive the data that are the target chemical. And you can use the XAR model that are the models that are in the database. The button that are present for the data gap filling are here reported. You can apply trend analysis, read across or XAR. Or in this phase, the user can select also the way in which he wants to work in automated or semi-automated workflow. And I reported here that also the relevance of the profiler is highlighted by color. So that's the one that we decided in defining the endpoint in the input phase. And the workflow can be decided by the user. That can be fully decided by the toolbox in automatic way, can be partially decided from the user, or can be manually fully decided by the user. And that's finally the last module, that is the report, that creates a document after accepting the prediction. So to obtain this model, you have to accept the prediction that you made in the data gap, and then you can select which report you need to have. You can have a prediction report, a category report, a data matrix. All these reports provide the basis for justifying the reliability of the prediction that needs to be critically reviewed by the user and can be manually completed for comments and explanation. So there is the editable fields that the user can add, can vary the position of the different section, and include information from analog that he needed to be visualized. So that's module is important because is the reason for which I say the XAR toolbox is a reproducible and transparent tool, because the user can go back to all the steps that he already and correct if he think that something is not done in an exact way. So the report here, I report only the bottom up. I think it's better to see later in the afternoon, but here only as an example, the prediction report, and with all the information about the source chemical and the data of the prediction. Here, the category reports means all the substances that have been used for the prediction, with all the data that has been used. And finally, the data matrix, that is an Excel file that include all the substance and all the data, and the profiler. That's a take-home message that I think is important to include here in this general information, but refer also to the afternoon, that Toolbox is a free application, but with in which ECA, OECD, and LMSC but also with the contribution of donors of data, profiler, and models. It supports in performing reproducible and transparent chemical hazard assessment using non-animal methods. And there are XR models, existing data, metabolic and mechanistic information. The profiler's results are not prediction, but they can contribute to find a suitable analog with data to build read-across, or can be used in a weight of evidence approach. The user can select the simplified interface or classical interface, or can also use automatic workflow that can help together with the support section. I think that is not the toolbox should not be considered as a black box in which the user uncritically enter an input and get out of the output without expert supervision, because as already shown, there is a specific expertise that is required mainly in toxicological and computational organic chemistry. More for the expert judgment, for the identification of the analog, and for the relevance of and the reliability of the data. And I think I will stop with the presentation of the toolbox. If Olga.
Okay, so it is just some technical difficulties with sharing screen. Let me just briefly present myself. My name is Olga Cheremenskaya. I'm working in the same group, and I'm a computational toxicologist, and also with expertise in data management and database development. So it was quite a challenging task to choose an argument to talk to you today, to present some important features of the toolbox, because as you saw very well from the previous presentation of Cecilia, Chiara, the software is quite complicated. And so then after some reflection, I have decided that maybe it would be useful for you to see some a little bit more advanced features connected to the data management and to import-export custom user database, let's say. And what I decided to do is to start from your data, because the database test and odor substances, I know it's still under development, but thank you for sharing this database with us. And Simona and Maura, they send us a link to your database. And so I know that I have just about half an hour before the lunch break, and I will be quite quick. And then if you will have any question, or you will wish to go in more details on the topic, we can do it in the afternoon. And in my presentation, since we have just about 30 minutes, as I said, I will not go to the live presentation of the toolbox because it could be time consuming, and I will just go forward with the slides prepared in advance. But the slides contain the screenshot from the toolbox. So then again in the afternoon, we can do it together with the real software demonstration. So in my presentation, I would like to talk to you and to illustrate you some advanced QSAR toolbox features related to import of a database, a user custom database, import and inventory, because before Chiara explained what is the difference between an inventory and a database in the toolbox. The principal difference is that an inventory doesn't have an experimental data, just a list of chemical structure. And then I will show how it's possible to profile a database, but very quickly how it's possible to collect the data, applying a QSAR already present in the toolbox to fill data gap, and then also to perform a trend analysis and save your own QSAR model, and then to export the data matrix. Too many things, but I will try to be very quick. So as I said, I started from your data. It's your database on Watertop database that the link has been shared by Simona. And so I saw that here there is a button that I don't think that it's visible here, but because unfortunately, not all screen is visible, I think. But here there is a button that allows export of the data in CSV format. And here you see that it's possible to, I think it's right here. You can push this button and obtain the data exported in CSV format. Then there is, I just noticed that you have this field in the database which calls synonyms. And I mean, it's fine, but the only problem, always from my point of view and from point of view of the effective data management and interoperability of the data, here you have everything a little bit mixed in a string. And the problem is the CAS numbers and chemical identifiers. Here could be also found sometimes ES number, European inventory numbers. They're quite lost here in the string, but they're extremely important. So if possible, I would suggest to put them in a separated column here. And again, the structure here also, I noticed that they are included as some kind of, I don't know, picture file. They are not supported in this database by SMILES, and also SMILES would be important. But then I will show you in the toolbox that the SMILES have been retrieved by the toolbox using the CAS numbers. So this is I just perform some data curation using your data. And the first step was to export your data in CSV format. And you see this is the first result of the export. Then in Excel, you can separate the column because they are comma delimited. And you see here, you can separate the name from molecular weight, from quality, from the concentration for test and odor, and synonyms and so on. But the most important information for the toolbox to be able to use your data and import them in the toolbox, the most important information is related to the chemical identifiers. And so here in this part of the slide, you see that the CAS numbers, they are part of the string of synonyms, and they are always at different places in the string. So there was necessary to perform some some data curation to extract the CAS number for each substance. And here there were still some substances without CAS number. And for the substance, I just perform a manual data curation, go into the databases, publicly available databases like PubChem that you are citing in your database, for instance, or you can be Chem Portal or some other public resources, public resource, and I just retrieve because it was not CAS number available, but I using the structure, it was possible to retrieve the SMILES. So here in red, you see the points where I performed the manual data curation. So again, after the curation process, the final data matrix ready to be imported to the OECD QSAR toolbox was like this. So I just tried to create data as much as possible to make them ready to be imported without any technical problems. So here, when you go to the toolbox, this is just a screenshot because unfortunately we don't have time before the lunch break, but I hope that it will be clear for you, but we can go in more details after in the late afternoon if you wish. Here you see that I just go to the data tab in the toolbox data workflow explained very well by Chiara Cecilia. But this is the data tab in the workflow on the top. And here there are different possibility to import your data set, not a single chemical, but the whole data set. So here I just push the button import. And after doing this, you have a pop-up windows here, pop-up window with possibility to open a file, for instance, from your local file explorer from your own PC. So here, I just save your file as you can open your file explorer and pick up your file. And here I even gave the name to the future database, which is Watertop, but you can choose your name as, which you like. And so the data now are imported into Toolbox, but it's just an intermediate step because Toolbox automatically tries to do several things that are quite useful. First thing is Cecilia Chiara explained in the presentation. Toolbox is supported by ontology, by control vocabulary, and by metadata. So everything is very well organized. I mean, everything about the terminology and the relation between different terms. And here on the toolbox in red said me that ask me how to map data mean value and how to map endpoint path. Endpoint path, I was a little bit undecided about which endpoint should be linked to your endpoint from your database. But I just for this demonstrative purpose, I decided to leave test and order. Here you see as a name of the endpoint and map this to the endpoint path. But endpoint path, what it is, you can, in principle, map your endpoint under human toxicity or environmental toxicity. But here I just decided to put it separately in the endpoint tree. And the data main value is the concentration. Also in the concentration, I just separate unit from the real value of the concentration. So here I also mapped the mean value to the toolbox ontology toolbox metadata. And then you see that This is a toolbox. It's a local version of my toolbox, the screenshot from my local version of the toolbox installed on my computer, but you can do the same thing. Now I have the whole database, database of your data. I called it just Watertop, but you can give a different name to this data set. I have in this database in the database tree of the toolbox. It's fixed there. It will be always there in my local tree of the data set until I will delete it for some purpose, but until I will delete it, it will be always, it's custom user-defined database, but in your local copy of the toolbox, you will see it like a normal database that, like other database that are included in the initial installation package of the toolbox. So here I just, I try to go to the input tab in the OECD QSAR Toolbox workflow on the top via an input here, and I go to the database, and I just like in previous slide, I went here, I push here input, and then there are possibility to import a chemical structure by CAS, by SMILE, by name, as it has been shown perfectly in the previous presentation. But then there is also possibility to import a data set, many substances at the same time. So here it's possible to import a database, inventory, a list of substances. And so I selected here in chemical list database, and your database was already here in the database tree, and I selected Watertop. And here what happened, you see that the toolbox also performs some automatical data curation to your data. For instance, only a few substances have had SMILES included in the final data matrix, and now all substance, because the toolbox automatically perform a search of several data, like for instance chemical formula or SMILES, and you see now that all substances here they have, for example, European inventory number, they have CAS, but CAS was already in my data matrix, and they have SMILES, which is important. But then what we could do with this data? Okay, well, now I am on profiling tab here. So it's, I don't pretend in my presentation that everything is scientifically valid, because it was not prepared without particular scientific purpose, but just to show you from technical point of view what you can do with the data set in this software package. So I perform profiling, selecting all profiles. And it's just something that you can call a screening of a large data set. It's not, of course, if you see something in red, it doesn't mean that the substance is very toxic or something like this, but you see some alert and you can perform an additional research on this substance, for example, in available scientific literature or in available database, third-party database, and to see, and also to click here and to see why, what is the mechanism, because in Toolbox, as has been shown very well in the previous presentation, you can click on any endpoint on any profile and see all additional information, what is behind of this alert, why it has been found, why in this cells are in red. You can find perfectly all necessary information with literature reference as well. Okay, next point, what I decided to do here, just to show you the possibility in the toolbox, I decided to collect the data for the same substances, but from other databases which are included in the installation package of the toolbox. So here I am, as you see on the tab data in the OECD QSAR Toolbox workflow. And I just selected all database, and you see it's also including the Watertop database, because you see in the same tree here, both the database coming from the installation package, already predefined the database that are included in the installation package of the toolbox. And you see also now, you see custom user database, which are imported here, Watertop database, which include all your data that by the moment are in your database. So I collected here the data also for test and order endpoint, let's say, and for other endpoint. And so here again, it's I would say that it's just a screening on the large scale. It's not a scientific research, and we cannot say for sure that a substance is toxic or not for different endpoints. But already we see some interesting result. For instance, some structure positive in genotoxicity in vitro and even in vivo, and you can see also some skin sensitization, not alert. They are not alert here. They are experimental data coming from other database. So they are experimental data, but again, clicking, as Chiara and Cecilia shown in their presentation, if you click on the experimental data here, you see a table, and in this table, you see perfectly from how this data have been collected, from which database, from which test. You can even find the information if the test have been performed following the testing guidelines. So you can even make your initial judgment about the data quality, which is extremely important in predictive toxicology, as has been said also yesterday by Emanuela and today by Chiara and Cecilia. And the data quality is a really important point here. And you can see also when the data and experimental data has been produced, and because some data, at some point you may see some leak of transparency, or you will not find experimental protocols. So maybe if you are performing some modeling and prediction with the data, you can decide to exclude some data point and leave the data point only with high quality. So again, here again is some exercise, just preliminary exercise to show you how it might be done in the toolbox. I don't pretend to be scientifically valid also here, but for some physical chemical properties, for example, if we are going to make our own model, QSAR model, we should define which descriptor. For instance, we can predict our property, in this case, test and odor, for instance, using a chemical physical descriptors or any other descriptors. It could be mechanistical descriptor, can be a structural descriptor, whatever. But in this case, I just decided to show you an example with vapor pressure, because volatility, which is also a chemical physical property of the substance, could be related with its odor property, for instance. So I decided to go forward with a vapor pressure, which is related at the same time with the volatility. And not all substances has here a vapor pressure value. So I decided to apply a QSAR, which is already present in the OECD QSAR toolbox, because the QSAR toolbox for filling data gap already includes some predefined QSAR model. In this case, they are from EcoSAR EpiSuite package developed by United States European Protection Agency, which is very good package for, it's publicly available. You can use it for the prediction of physical chemical property. And here I just click here, and I am now in data gap filling tab. And the toolbox show me here automatically in pop-up windows all QSARs available to predict this vapor pressure. So I'm just clicking the first one from API Suite, again from API, and I click predict, and I have the property predicted. So I can fill data gap for physical chemical descriptors. And then, okay, vapor pressure, okay. And the last thing I would like to show you here, how to create your own QSAR models. It's, again, I'm not pretending that it will be scientifically valid QSAR model. It's just an example. So again, I would like to make a relation between vapor pressure and odor property, odor concentration here. And I'm selecting a vapor pressure as a descriptor. And there are several options to that you can choose from the list, different type of scale, for example, logarithmic or non-logarithmic scale. So you see here this graph, it's making a relation between test and odor concentration in this case, I think, and the vapor pressure value. And here again, in your data set, not all substances they have the concentration for test and odor, and so I can fill the data gap to predict test and odor here property for substance with missing value. And so it's possible to perform some basic statistics to change descriptors. For instance, I can put instead of vapor pressure, whatever, for instance, molecular weight or something else. I can choose between different, all the chemical, physical, and structure descriptors which are available in the OECD QSAR toolbox. And when I perform this prediction, now I can save this prediction as QSAR model here. And so this is the wizard for the creation of QSAR model. I gave a name Watertop test and odor as QSAR version 1, but here you can put many information that are really good practices in QSAR model developing. In principle, it's necessary to fill in all this information which you see in this table on the left, define the endpoint, define the algorithm, applicability domain, training set, perform some at least basic statistic on the predictivity, external and internal, so mechanistic interpretation. So there are many things to get in the end a good quality and reliable QSAR model. Is just an example, it's just a technical example. So again, you go here, and if you would like to export the final report, we can do this. Chiara and Cecilia will show probably how to do it in the second part of this day, but it's possible to go to the report tab, select whatever you would like to export. And this is, for example, the export in Excel. And it's very important to save for maybe your local copy in Excel and to see all the molecules with all profilers, with all results coming from other database, experimental results. Then you will have this on your computer, and you can, maybe it's a large scale screening, let's say, but then you can study case by case to see some data point which are interesting for you. For instance, some positive substance, positive in genotoxicity or the toxicological tests, and you can study them in more details. And then very, very quickly, I will stop just on the gradation product there of geosmin and MIB. This data have been provided by Simona, and she already performed data curation, so it was already perfect to be imported in the toolbox as inventory. And so Simona already add all smiles and in many cases the cast number. So it was easy to perform the same, more or less the same procedure as I shown you before for the whole data set. But here you have just two substances extracted from your data set with information about the degradation products. So here I imported them as inventory because they don't have experimental data. And you see that in inventory, if you need to pick up this data in the toolbox, you will have this in your local copy, if in your local installation, in the tree of inventories. And here I just gave a random name, geodegradation and MIB, Olga ready to import, okay? But these are, they are visible in the OECD QSAR toolbox inventory tree, and in the same level as predefined inventory. So can be useful to make some research on these degradation products, to gather some additional data. For example, I tried to do this for geosmin degradation product, and there are some substances when I perform the data collection, there are some substances, for instance, positive for genetic toxicity, for genotoxicity. So some substances could be studied in more detail, or even without QSAR toolbox, but using, for example, literature search or something else. So thank you so much for your attention, and I think that unfortunately, I don't know if we'll have time for some questions, but anyway, I will be here in the afternoon, and maybe if there will be time, we can even see how it works directly with the live demonstration of the toolbox. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much. It was really interesting. Some new things that you can do with a QSAR toolbox. Just a note about the database you saw, the Waterdrop taste and odor database. Actually, you saw also a link. It is somewhere in the web, but we haven't announced it yet, and we haven't made it officially open because it's almost there, it's almost finished. Some refinements must be made. So still it's not the official database. You will be notified later. The main work for the development of this database is done in Technical University of Munich by Martin Steinhaus and Andreas Dunkel. And I don't remember. Yeah, okay. There is a third colleague, and soon, we think that this year it will be finalized, and of course we will officially announce it. But I also have a question with this model you made between vapor pressure and actually it was the threshold odor concentration. I would be very much surprised if we see a trend there or a correlation between these two. Actually, you find that there is a correlation between these two parameters, or?
It was
because we could not see because the y-axis was so, yes, maybe you can, if you.
But it was, I believe it was quite acceptable correlation, but it's necessary, of course, the data correlation is necessary. You will need to see each point and maybe to try to build your model and to build the graph using maybe a logarithmic scale or not. But from scientific point of view, from your experience, so you are not expecting any correlation, right? Okay, but it was, as I said, it was just an example to show you how a QSAR model can be developed. I'm not pretending to be scientifically valid, and I also hope that I didn't share with the white audience here some confidential information about database because you said it's still no. Okay.
Database please remember that it's not the final version and the official
Okay.
version. It will be a little bit refined. And it will be officially announced. So just this is not something.
But maybe, yes, you as an expert, you will find the right descriptors to build a model because I'm not an expert in this field. So it was just a technical example.
Because odor, it's we cannot actually I think the first paper, the first study that predicts odor from structure only from structure was published 1 month ago. There is, machine learning thing that claims to predict the odor of a compound just from the structure. But it's very recent. Generally, it is extremely difficult to predict the odor quality, but also the threshold, the odor threshold of a compound based in structural or other also physical properties. Of course, volatility is needed at some point, but the rest is very difficult. But I also have a question for the previous, where you had a slide with the 2 graphs, the trend analysis and the read across, where there are some correlation between KOW, I think, and the y-axis, I don't remember.
It was
And I
my
wanted-
presentation.
No, it was the
okay.
previous one.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask, this was about the similarity, how QSAR Toolbox chooses similar compounds for the read across. And I wanted to ask if the only parameter used is the KOW or other parameters also could be used for similarity. Because in the graph it was KOW.
Yeah, because it's the default option. The default option of Toolbox is to use log KOW.
The y-axis was.
But I mean, it's not important in this case. When you make a read across or a trend analysis, the default option he used is to put in the x-axis the log KW, and then in the y-axis is the property that you are going to predict. So here is a LC50, but can be other kind of toxicity. But you can choose your preferred option, and you can change the parameter, obviously the Y parameters, because this is the endpoint that you are going to predict. So you change the target endpoint, but also in the x-axis, you can decide to see the results, for example, about showing the chemical similarity or other kind of parameters. So I can, in the afternoon session, I can show you how to change these options.
I mean, you don't have just to rely on one single parameters, but you need to explore at best the similarity between the compounds. I guess that in REACH, there is a sort of guidance and manual on how to perform a read across approach. And therefore, you can see exactly which are the different steps that you have to fulfill in order to say these substances are structurally related. I can apply the read across, and possibly also for some toxicological point. And you can see it that they look for acute toxicity, for example.
Shall we take the break for lunch? Lunch break. So we say hello to, yes, we say hello to the people that are connected. And before going for lunch, maybe we can take 5 minutes to take a picture of the group outside until the sun shines.